Call to order and roll call. Start again. Mike Eggert.
Here.
Dr. Chris Cruz-Boone.
Present.
Brooke Mallialt.
Here.
Laura Guerrero-Sapel.
Here.
And I'm here as well. Moving on to item number 2 in letter A, public comments. None yet. Moving on to item number 3. It is recommended to adjourn to closed session.
This is Laura. I move that we. This is Chris. I second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Closed. reconvening to open session of the meeting of the Bakersfield City School District Board of Education. We'll move right along to item number 2, the pledge to the flag. Board Member Mike Eggert.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to invite Eduardo Fernandez up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Before he starts, I would like to share some kind words his teacher, Mrs. Agari Martinez, shared with me. Eduardo is a kind, patient, and very bright student. He is always the first to volunteer, to lead a helping hand, or share, a helping hand, and is a very bright student. He is always the first to volunteer and lend a helping hand and share his items. He will participate in classroom discussions when he is asked. His mathematical skills are improving by the day, and his memorization times tables. Eduardo is known to be everybody's friend and is greeted by peers and staff in and outside the classroom. He practices good manners and behaves accordingly. And he'll be accompanied by his sister, Savannah. Thank you. Please lead us into flag salute, Eduardo.
Testing. Salute, flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Dad, please. Yeah. We'll get your pictures.
Oh, we can get.
All right, moving on to item number 3, report of closed session action. During the recently concluded closed session, the board voted to approve the reassignment of employee 2000-0317, 2004-0029, and 2006-0234 from their administrative assignments to classroom teaching positions for which they are qualified and credentialed, effective at the start of the 25-26 school year. The board also directed the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources or her designee to send the appropriate notices of reassignment. The vote was unanimous. Moving on to item number 4, Perfect Attendance Award for students receiving perfect attendance from kindergarten through 8th grade.
Wow.
Let's celebrate this tonight. We have 2 students who have attended school every single day since the start of their academic journey. And this credit goes to parents as much as it does to our student, because we know that the job is a whole family endeavor every single day, right? Let me go ahead and invite up here to the podium to recognize from Compton Junior High School, Vanessa Quiros Tinajero. Please come forward.
thank my parents for always making me go to school when I really didn't want to.
And our second student, the irony of this, our second student is not here with us tonight, but she's probably studying for a big test or something tomorrow. I do want to acknowledge from Curran Middle School, Jesse O. Nolasco Vargas. Let's give the student a round of applause, please. Thank you.
¿Los padres de la niña pueden pasar? Gracias. Si no es por usted.
Should we go to East, not Highlands?
Is that where she's going to go?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Alrighty. Before moving on to item number 5, I need to say one last thing about item number 3. So item number 3 was report, closed session action. We also approved the settlement agreement in the matter of student versus Bakersfield City School District, OAH case number 20250203885. The vote was unanimous. Now, we will move on to item number 5, recognition of Clarence Matters Award winners from the BCSD track meet.
Thank you very much again, board and audience. Tonight we have with me Mr. Brian Haywood, our after-school athletics specialist, who is going to help me present these awards. We have 6 amazing tracksters, track athletes who performed exceptionally well at the recent district track meet for elementary and junior high. So let me go ahead and call these students forward. From Harding Elementary School, Justice Pinkins. Please come forward, Justice. From Muncie Elementary School, Janiyah Epps. Please come forward. From Muncie Elementary, Amari Derritt. From Evergreen Elementary, Willie Powell. From Stern Middle School, Abriel Terry. And from Cato Middle School, Alec Ante. Everybody for a picture with the board, please. Show off your stuff there. Please, sir.
I love this for all of us. You guys have to be in the front, aren't you?
Go step forward, kids.
You guys go forward. Step forward. There you go.
You smile. Don't move until all the cameras are done.
This way.
Everybody freeze, don't move. Go ahead, parents.
Keep running.
right, so.
I was like, can they see it in the photo? I can't tell. And I know because the trophies, if we go to the front,
Alrighty, we will be moving on to item number D, 6, recognition of student for first place at the Kern County Science Fair.
All right, let's go ahead and recognize our single first place winner at the Kern County Science Fair, representing Owens Elementary School, Mr. Nathan Ramos Leal. Please come forward. Plant biology.
That's a hard one.
Moving on to item number 7, recognition of students for first place at the Kern County Oral Language Festival.
Thank you, Superintendent Lukey, members of the Board of Education, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to recognize students who earned first place at the Kern County Oral Language Festival back in April. We would like the students to come forward and shake Mr. Lukey's hand and get their certificate. We'll begin with the students in the 4th through 6th grade division, humorous interpretation duo, Kensea Rizzo and Sofia Toledo from Chavez Elementary. We also want to recognize their coach, Miss Christina White. Ms. White? Kinsey. Thank you, Mr. Luke. I apologize about that, Kinsey. All right, in the 7th and 8th grade division, first place serious interpretation solo is Josie Mena from Chipman Junior High. And if you're familiar with the verse choir, this is up to 6 students, so we have several names to read here. The first place verse choir for the county was the students from Chipman Junior High School. We have Jalen Avias, Matthew Chavez, Alondra, Mario Cruz, Gemma Garagosian, and Oliva McConnell. Could you all please come forward to be recognized? And the student's coach is Miss Michelle Frantovich, if you'll also stand to be recognized. And coaches, if you would come forward for the photo too with the board. Thank you. Congratulations.
You guys have to step forward and stand behind you. There you go. Step forward and then walk forward. We'll go to the right, we'll go to the left. You get the coaches?
We'll be moving on to letter E of our agenda. That is a 5-minute break. We will now take a 5-minute break, and this will allow those who have already received their award to the opportunity to leave the meeting, if they wish, and give the next group of honorees who are currently waiting in the auditorium time to make their way inside of here, the boardroom, for the second half of today's recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty, we will be moving on to item F, opening items, continue. Number 1, recognition of BCSD Teachers of the Year and Kern County Teacher of the Year.
Good evening once again, Board of Education and guests, as we've rotated the room out. This evening it gives me great pleasure and excitement to honor the very best of our district. Recently, these individuals were honored and recognized at the Kern County Employee of the Year celebration, and so tonight it's our opportunity to share these individuals with our board and our community. First, from Emerson Middle School, Krista Ackernet. From Chipman Junior High, Katie Crosby Venegas. From Sierra Middle School, Veronica De Leon. And from Voorhees Elementary, teaching dual immersion, Miss Elvira Hernandez. And from Fletcher Elementary School, Mrs. April Reginden. Stay right here. And April, stay here. Okay. So, for those who don't know, we once again were honored with a BCSD teacher being recognized as Kern County Teacher of the Year. And so I'd like to honor, celebrate, and recognize Mrs. April Reginden for that recognition as one of the very best that Kern County has to offer. Actually, one of the 3 best for this year. Ha! Congratulations. Okay, so I just asked where is her husband, because he's the paparazzi guy.
Yeah.
And he has the camera going everywhere.
Yeah.
Congratulations for everybody. You're amazing. It's an honor to work alongside each of you. Thank you for what you do for our kids and for your colleagues at your school site. And just urge you to continue that effort. Thank you so much. Picture with the board now, please.
Down. You guys have to be in front. Y'all are the champions.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 2, recognition of BCSD Classified Employees of the Year and Kern County Classified Employee of the Year.
Once again, let's continue to celebrate the very best that BCSD has to offer. These candidates were nominated by staff in our district to the County Recognition Program. So let's go ahead and start with first our clerical administration. From the Superintendent's Office, LaTanya Thompson. From our Transportation Services, Butel Montano Gonzalez. From our Paraprofessional Services, Samantha Cortez, A2 at Washington Middle School. You're going to see a theme here. From our Custodial Maintenance Services from Washington Middle School, Chris Goodsell. Behavior Intervention Specialist from Washington Middle School, Gabriel Melendez. And in the category of food and nutrition, our Nutrition Assistant 3 from Washington Middle School, and Kern County Classified Employee of the Year, Miss Donna Wilder. Please come forward. And once again, we love, love, love our teachers. Absolutely. But these individuals do the work behind the scenes, do the little things, the big things, all the things. Let's celebrate them. Thank you so much for your service. And to Washington Middle School, thank you for the service you provide our kids. Thank you.
I'm sorry, creating a traffic jam.
Moving on to the recognition of the 2025 Kern Association of Educational Office Professionals Classified Employee of the Year.
And because we love awards so much, let's go with one more. Another amazing staff member in my office, so I'm blessed with this. Cindy Elmore, Office Professional of the Year for this school year. Congratulations.
You have to be in the very middle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 4, the recognition of administrative appointments.
All right, let's go ahead and officially recognize our most recent appointments to the principalship for the 2025-2026 school year. I'm going to begin here with Miss Lori Morris, principal at Fremont Elementary. And I want to ask each of our newly identified administrators if they would care to say a few words and thank whoever's with them tonight, please.
I just want to say thank you to the board for giving me the opportunity to support the students and the families at Fremont. Having been there before, working as the vice principal, it feels like I'm going home. So I'm very excited to do that. I have a bunch of people here that have supported me. Of course, my parents are here, my husband's here. But I've had several mentors in my life. One of them is Gwendolyn Johnson. She saw in me like 20 years ago, you will be out of the classroom and you will be administrator. So here I am, and she's here with me. She brought her grandson, who was also my former kindergarten student, so that's fun. And then Mr. Rambula was my mentor as a VP, so I get to follow in her footsteps and continue her legacy. I've got past students over here, so it takes a village, and I appreciate the opportunity to support the students at Fremont.
Okay, next, recognizing our newest appointment at Kern Middle School, Dr. Gerardo Lewis. He must be very busy tonight. Let's move along. Joining us at Stern Middle School for the new school year, Miss Daisy Gonzalez.
Yes, you can.
There you go. Well, first of all, thank you so much for opening the doors of BCSD to me. Like, I know that I'm coming from a different district, and that always comes with some hesitation, but I promise you that I take your decision very seriously, and all you're gonna get from me is hard work, and I will do the best that I can every day to do the job that you are entrusting me to do. I am here with my best friend from high school. She's seen me through all of it. And then my two babies that I love and adore. And Abraham is actually, hopefully, if the IDT gets approved, will be joining me at STIR next year. So, yeah. Thank you.
And it's my honor to recognize moving from Fremont Elementary to Mount Vernon Elementary School later tonight. The board has an item to identify Mount Vernon as the next dual immersion school beginning in 2026. Mrs. Teresa Rambula.
Mark knows I don't like speaking in front of people, but I just want to extend my gratitude to the Board of Education and to Mr. Luque for all your support, for believing in me, and I'm ready to serve the children of Mount Vernon Elementary School. I'm thankful for the opportunity to continue to serve this district with purpose and intentionality, and I'm ready. I'm ready for dual immersion if a board approved. And with me today, I want to extend my gratitude to my husband, who is my rock, and my two girls, they're here, Camila and Maya, and my son at home. Y para mis papás que están en México, los adoro. Muchísimas gracias por todo lo que han hecho por mí. Thank you so much for everything you do for the children of the Bakersfield City School District. You have a servant in me. Thank you for everything.
I love this. Okay,
Can we get a picture?
Picture.
Yes.
Bring your flowers too. In the middle, in the middle.
Congratulations. Get right in the middle. Come in front of us. Thank you. Okay, great.
Alrighty, excuse the brief pause we had there. Wanted to figure out how many public comments we had. We're moving on to the public comment section, but there is one topic that has more than 5 public comments. There are 6 comments, so I'll need a motion if we would like to hear all of those comments.
I motion that we hear all of them.
I'll second.
Thank you. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Cool. So, to our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject, except for tonight because we just changed that. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. Our first public speaker is going to be Manuel Carizales.
Good afternoon, Board President and board members. I came back. I did ask back in February to get questions answered because I was getting some mixed messages and I couldn't really understand what happened. I go back to February 25th and I mentioned to you about what we were dealing with in our city. Well, as you know, I told you about the shooting that happened on that Sunday. And then Tuesday, they locked down, Wednesday, they locked down MLK Elementary because of the shooting. And the thing is that from there, we started seeing different things in the streets. I was talking to Mr. Lukey with all due respect and asking him, what's the problem here? Well, the question was that they said we're having revival. And I don't know where that came from. Then they said we're a church. And I don't know where that came from. And that's the questions I'm asking because some of the board members have said that. And that's a lie. I don't know how you guys can say that and question my integrity over 35 years of what we've done for BCSD and for the neighborhoods. LCAP funding was given because of prevention and gang prevention, basically. Back in 2014, when we talked about it, and we came in 15, they called me, because that's my expertise. Them pictures right there that he has over there, as close as you're gonna get to the pictures, them are the guys that them kids look up to. Role models, you can say. And what I'm saying is that, not only that, but everything that we've done for BCSD to be a part of everything that we've done, and I don't hear back. Then I was told that one of you went to somebody else and asked him if I could do it free. But nobody's going to be talking about that. And I know who they are. And I know who said what. It's embarrassing. You guys are board members. And that's the way you carry yourself? With integrity and character? And what I'm saying is, the reason why I'm here, and I gave you all the information of who we are, what we do. The question was, it's a ministry. No, it's state focused. And then well, let me back up here. I was questioned because of my tax ID, my EIN number. Well, we've always had state focus, and I gave you a brochure back in 2007 that Vivian Gales made, and what we were doing as far as partnership. But I'll close with this. The reason why I'm here is because this little kid here, Terry Langston, gunned down, shot. I did his funeral. Another young man, Cortez, shot. I did his funeral. I can go on and go on. But the question I'm going to leave with you guys is this. And all the letters I get from prison for the program, but I haven't seen none of you at these funerals with these kids that I buried. But we care about the kids.
Thank you. Moving on to Stacy Darden. After Stacy will be, oh, okay.
I've worked in education for 27 years. I first met Manuel Cazales in 2025. I moved to a new school in 2012, and I started hearing him speak about his mentor programs. And during that time, my students, and that's why I'm here, is his mentor programs. My students started coming to me, and I work at a high school. My students started coming to me and telling me how his mentor programs saved their lives. And those aren't my words, those are theirs. And again, I work for a high school. And they were telling me how, when they were in junior high and elementary, how they got connected with Stay Focused, the mentor program, and their lives changed. And because of the mentors they got connected with, their entire life path changed. And they knew that the path they were on, they wouldn't be at my school. They wouldn't be where they were. They wouldn't have the life that they had if it hadn't been for his mentorship program. I don't know what other programs he has, but I know that he has a brilliant mentorship program that connects with kids, young kids, elementary kids, junior high school kids, that changes their lives. And so when my students at the high school level, when he reconnected with them, and they were able to come back to me and say, Ms. Darden, you will not believe what this organization does for kids. You've got to get this man connected with students. That is the only reason I'm here. Because by the time they're in high school, their lives, their path is pretty much set. There's very little we can do for them. He connects with kids young enough to still change their lives. It is so important to affect them when they're young. I have worked in high schools for 27 years, and we still try, but we can't affect them the way you can in elementary school and junior highs. He can. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Manuel Ramirez.
Good evening, board. First, I want to thank you guys for holding the programs that serve our students to transparency. As someone who now works in education at a high school campus working with students as well. But I do want to take you guys back 20 years to when I was 7th grade, 8th grade, and ouch, that does hurt saying that. I was an at-risk student with a single mom, father who was incarcerated, and it was the first time that I was connected to Stay Focused, Reach for Greatness. And immediately, Manny Carzales took me under his wing and became my personal mentor, someone that I looked up to. I was mentored through junior high and through high school, and at West High School established the Students with a Mission mentoring club and had the largest group of high school students, over 30 students under my leadership, mentoring elementary and junior high school students effectively. I moved on from, I was brought on board to work at Stay Focused for a little bit, and I moved on to pursue my own endeavors and my own interest. And so we fast forward to now, being able to use the tools that I was taught, the mentoring that I was taught, to effectively engage with the students that I work with, not only now, but throughout the years from high school on. I will admit that I personally have separated myself or haven't been around Stay Focused as much because my personal religious beliefs have changed and my personal political opinions have changed, but the one thing that has stayed true is the relationship that I still have with Mr. Carrizales and his organization. The one thing that has stayed true is the mission to serve the hurting students, the students that are hardest to reach, the students that average individuals wouldn't be able to reach, like myself, who at one point were contemplating whether or not my existence mattered. So I'm asking you this evening to reconsider your relationship with Stay Focused, Reach for Greatness, and let's continue to serve our hurting children. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Kelly Lowry. Kelly Lowry. Got the spelling here if you need.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kelly Lowry, and I'm speaking on behalf of Community Action Partnership of Kern Food Bank. I'm here to voice our strong support for Manuel Carrizales and Stay Focused Ministries, an organization that has stood by the youth and families of this community for more than 30 years. As one of our partner agencies, Stay Focused plays a critical role not only in mentoring students, but also in fighting hunger and building stability in neighborhoods that need it most. Every month, they distribute thousands of pounds of fresh, healthy food to local families, many of whom are directly connected to your schools. Their staff and volunteers show up consistently with compassion and cultural understanding to make sure that no child goes to bed hungry. They don't just hand out food, they build trust. They create a place where families feel seen and supported, often during some of the most difficult times of their lives. This work directly reinforces the mission of our school system by helping students come to class nourished, focused, and ready to learn. Ending your relationship with Stay Focused Ministries would have a ripple effect far beyond the classroom. It would weaken a vital community partnership that addresses food insecurity, family stability, and student well-being all at once. I urge you to recognize the full scope of Stay Focused Ministries' impact and to renew your support for Manuel Carrizales and his incredible team at Stay Focused Ministries. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Otis Bell.
Hello, hi, my name is Otis Bell. I work for Community Interventions. I am here to follow up on the 200 and something signatures that we submitted to the Bakersfield City School District. This was part of a student-led effort. However, we still waiting to hear back regarding the updates or decisions that may have been made in response to our concerns. Bathroom conditions remain an issue, and we are eager to know what steps, if any, are being taken to address the problem. We believe every student deserves access to clean and safe and functioning restrooms. We hope our effort will be led positive change, and we would be grateful for any information you can provide about next steps or timelines. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you. Up next is Kashanti Williams.
Hi everybody, how y'all doing today? My name is Kashanti Williams. I'm a parent, a community organizer with Community Interventions, and also a community member. Today I am here to request next steps in establishing partnership with BCSD. On April 2nd, 2025, Community Interventions met with the superintendent and Dr. Boone to address the school climate, chronic absenteeism, and high suspension rates affecting African American students at Kern Middle School. During this meeting, there was a shared acknowledgement of the urgent needs for action and mutual agreement to establish a partnership aimed at supporting our African American students. The following day, April 3rd, during the BCSD African American Achievement Gap meeting, we again emphasized the critical importance of partnership between community-based organizations like Community Interventions and BCSD. We are here tonight to follow up and ask what are the next steps to officially establish this partnership in preparation for the 2025-2026 school year. We are committed to working collaboratively to ensure that African American students receive the support and resources they deserve to thrive academically and socially. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Wendy Silva Marin.
Hello to everyone, my name is Wendy Silva Marine. I'm a 7th grader, soon to be an 8th grader at Washington Middle School. There are a lot of problems at Washington Middle School, but in my opinion, I think the biggest problem in Washington Middle School is the lack of resources and the lack of updated sport equipment. The reason that I think this is because our school basketball team never plays at our school because we don't have the best equipment or a good basketball court. Or when our students play basketball or volleyball, you could see our court and field is very old and musty. I think what causes this problem is students not taking care of our school equipment and our teachers not giving those students consequences. I think we could fix those problems by telling our students, though there's going to be consequences if they don't take care of our school equipment. The people who can help us with this problem is the principal. She could help us by telling the district about our problems. The district could help us by funding our school. I believe if our principal and students tell the district that we need more resources, and our district could help us by funding us and giving us more resources for our school. I think it's unfair. Other schools have more resources than us, like a gym or an auditorium, and more resources. I think the district should show equality to all schools, not just certain ones. I really hope you guys take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Abdullah Salah.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I am a 7th, 8th grade history teacher at Washington Middle School. Wendy was part of one of 2 students that we brought onto the meeting today to talk about certain things that we feel as if need improvements at our school. So we did an authentic learning project in our history classes, and they came up with what they thought were the biggest improvements. So Wendy's was lack of sports equipment, more resources like a gym or auditorium. As she mentioned, certain schools have things like a gym or auditorium. I was the basketball coach, and we did not play one home game at Washington Middle School due to the fact that we didn't really have the best situation to play a home game at Washington. The students see it, and they wanted to represent themselves, so we let them, and I hope that you guys hear their opinion. Thank you so much.
Fatima Han.
Good evening, board. I am Fatima Howe, a 7th grade student from Washington Middle School. Today I have came to present to you guys how in our school we have holes and bumps. This is actually one of the reasons why we can't have home games. And honestly, as you guys say, this is a safety hazard. And you guys say right behind you where the student comes first. This isn't something that we should just brush off. We need to fix this. I have friends worried about these holes, about if they're gonna fall and get an injury. Students shouldn't have to worry about that. There's one on the basketball court. We don't just use that basketball court for basketball, we use it for hockey. We're not looking around for our surroundings, checking if there's a hole. We're looking around for students for the game. We have a ramp, which we use the ramp to take down a cart for PE. This ramp has bumps and cracks. If this isn't fixed, a student or a teacher may let go of that cart and may drop it on a student, causing impact and serious major injuries, which may cause a parent to not like this, sue you guys for not fixing the safety hazard. This does not put a good reputation for us. We have some on the track. We use the track for at least every single sport. Do you imagine a student trying their best, trying to use that track to get a scholarship, to get financial support because their family cannot afford to give them a scholarship, and they trip, and that causes a scene where they cannot play anymore? That is something a student does not want. If they're playing out there, they clearly want that scholarship, and they're playing their best. Now, as I was giving or asking for people's opinions, I had one that said I could not be able to do this because we needed funding. And I'm asking here if you guys can give us funding to Washington Middle School so we can fix this problem. Because recently we've been using all of the funding to rebuild our school. If we're going to rebuild it, we want to rebuild everything. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Up next is David Bishop.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Bishop, 7th and 8th grade history teacher at Washington Middle School. There's no secret tonight that special, powerful things are happening at Washington Middle School. I'd like to thank you guys for giving us this platform to have this communication. Additionally, I'd like to thank our admin at Washington Middle School who have empowered us to have this type of authentic learning activity. Our admin challenged us a few weeks back to really dig in and hear the voices of the students. And it's been a journey, and there was a lot of valuable and powerful students that unfortunately we weren't able to bring with us tonight. But these two young ladies represent Washington Middle School and what it means to be a Hornet. Yes, we have put a lot of effort into rebuilding our classrooms, which has been very much needed and appreciated. But it is time to get back our home field advantage at Washington Middle School. It's time to get our students at Washington Middle School to want to come out and participate in after-school sports. As you understand the demographic that we're faced with and that we work with at Washington Middle School, those students need an opportunity to play at a school where it means something and it looks presentable. And when you step on campus at Washington Middle School, you are intimidated. Thank you for this platform. Mr. Lukey, to you, sir, we strongly believe this is what authenticity looks like. And if nothing else becomes of this meeting today, as myself and Mr. Saleh, as their history teachers, it is our responsibility to educate them and show them what their civic duty looks like. If nothing else, at Washington Middle School, we are producing contributing citizens to society. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next is Ana Mendoza.
Hello, good evening, board members. My name is Ana Mendoza. So, I want to talk about injustice in the workplace as a nutrition assistant. So, okay. Losing a loved one at any age is heartbreaking, but losing a parent is debilitating, especially to those of us who thrive in the communities. composed of family and friends, co-workers, and fellow staff members. Now, imagine that in the most vulnerable time, at a time of grief and despair, you opt to utilize your employee rights and take your bereavement leave properly, care for yourself and remaining loved ones. Through this difficult time, suddenly you learn through an impersonal phone call that in this desolate time, you have not only been demoted from your position, you have also been reassigned to a different school, different team, different environment. This is the reality for a Voorhees employee I worked alongside for the past month. This is a situation we all believe we are protected from because of the common courtesy, social etiquette, and federal law. But in fact, we are not. The reality is that we are reduced to an employee ID and productivity sheet, at best, and apparently being in the supervisor's good favor. It is not just a rumor, but a common knowledge. When work duties are distributed alongside hours scheduled, this is when we notice employees scheduled for 8 hours with the lowest productivity and employees fighting for their 6 hours who do their job, and then another to compensate for no one doing what was left pending by someone terminated by an unhappy supervisor. We can use Rachel Hazelwood as a classic case file for the supervisor who terminated an employee who did much in little time and replaced her for one with many hours who is still working on understanding a food chart. She does make her laugh though, if I'm being politically correct, though everyone should have an equal opportunity, but shouldn't there be reasonable cause for termination? I speak from now months of dedication to working for a school that works with children who are often fed by parents just like myself and like the co-workers I have seen go. And this is the difference between a child choosing to go to breakfast, lunch, and dinner and needing to go, or they will have to sacrifice the quality of food they will manage to get based on the family size. We are this community, we are these schools, we are these districts, and not just a number of spreadsheets or figures. I am proud to say that I value the work I do, not just for the pay, but for the knowledge that one child goes home with something in their belly and not just water for dinner. But it's people like Rachel Hazelwood who think that sacrificing something small to her, like a 6-hour shift or a temporary position, mean nothing when really was the only thing keeping a struggling family of 5 afloat and with a roof over their heads. The sacrifice is not forgotten, not for me. If it was a sacrifice my community had to make, our children matter, we matter, and together we are stronger. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maria Erica Melgoza Rocha. If Maria is not in the other room, up next we would have Eddie Lane.
I'm Eddie Lane. My foot went to sleep, so I got to wake it up here a little bit. When I taught at Elk Hills, I had a combination class of 5th and 6th. So I'm doing combination duties tonight. And first I want to commend my friend Veronica De Leon, who was one of the teachers of the year. And that's an honor in a huge district like this. I'm a little bit jealous. I never was teacher of the year. Good for you. My other hat, oh, hi Otis. My other hat has to do with nature outings. I've been here before. This is a report that we generated from a meeting last week with Mr. Lukey and his staff. I think now we're in our beginning our year and a half, maybe in the second year of kind of a pattern we've developed. This is Sierra Club. I'm with Sierra Club, and Panorama Vista Preserve, and the Nature Center at Hart Park, which is sponsored by the Kern River Parkway Foundation. These have been very important opportunities for the students, many of whom do not get out into nature much. And this gives them that feeling that they are really among among the trees, they see the water in the Kern River. Usually it's there where they're at. They get that feeling of what we call a nature fix. That's what we like to, a nature fix. And we all need nature fixes all the time. And a lot of these students don't get it. but they get it when they come on these outings. And we're just so glad to have those. We are limited. We're volunteers. So we have 2 sessions in the fall, 2 in the spring. That's our pattern. So one of the suggestions we brought up at the last meeting is we have good friends at Camp Okeechee, and they've already had a contract with Fairfax School District. They have one with Beardsley coming up. So, and they are beyond just the volunteer work that we do. So I would encourage the board and the staff to consider looking at them to expand these outdoor opportunities that the students really need. It's very valuable. I took my own boys when years ago, and Veronica knows one of them, out fossiling and along the river. It's a transformation. When you're in nature, you really feel like you're part of the world. So anyway, that's my commercial for nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Moving on to Michael Stewart.
Good evening, everyone, board and everyone here. First, congratulations to all the recipients this evening that got awards and got recognized for all your hard work that you do in the trenches. That's just outstanding. Again, my name is Michael Stewart. I'm a high school teacher here locally, and one of my questions is simply one organization over another. We have a group that, at least by your board minutes, Kern Tutoring has been awarded or renewed their contract going forward. And I agree that tutoring and education work together as well as mentoring and education. And so there's no knock or shade on Kern Tutoring or anything like that. Obviously, they have great clients such as yourself, Bakersfield City, Youth Leaders, Greenfield Unified, McFarland, a couple others, great organizations in the city. But it's been talked about a little bit before with Stay Focused and Reach for Greatness and how they are mentoring. As a high school teacher, this year for myself in my 6th year here locally at my alma mater, I've had a lot more run-ins regarding student behavior in the classroom. And that's for lack of mentoring. Once they get to high school, a lot of their minds are already made up. And so a great organization like Reach for Greatness does a great job in the mentoring department. Again, your website talks about 80% of the students being Hispanic or Latino. Mr. Carrizales and their mentoring program meets that goal of supporting that cultural representation of our community. His background speaks for itself. It's been noted many times before. One of the things that stands out to me is the idea that prevention versus intervention. So if we can prevent some of these issues from hitting high school, hitting the streets, and kids getting lost in the shuffle, that would be an outstanding. Again, the disconnection and the emotional instability and defiance that is happening now on the high school and in the high school campuses is something I would hope the board would really consider. Call to action is simple. We need to make sure we work this collaborative, as this room represent all kinds of nationalities, backgrounds, colors, and things like that. I would hope that the board would consider strongly to continue to allow a program like Reach for Greatness to stay in the schools and renew the contract, just as you've done with the current tutor. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. I don't think we had Maria come back. So that concludes public comments for the evening. We will move on to item number 6, approval of minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, and the special study session on Thursday, May 15th, 2025. It is recommended the minutes be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve. This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. Okay. Moving on to letter G, Board of Education. We will do our board member comments now. Up first this evening is Trustee Brooke Malley-Alt.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to share how incredibly special it was to be at the Sequoia Middle School graduation today. There was a deep feeling of community and inclusion, something that was truly powerful. The school lifted up so many voices with multiple student speakers, actually having, 7 or so speak at the same time at the beginning. It was beautiful. And they shared their reflections and pride in one another. So seeing support staff right up in front as well, many of whom have worked alongside these students up until graduation, was a beautiful reminder of how many people it takes to help our students succeed. The pride, the energy, and the togetherness in the room, it was something that'll stay with me. So thank you, Sequoia, for all the fist bumps and allowing me to be part of it today. I also had the privilege of attending Lincoln's graduation last week, which was also an honor. And then I'll be attending Curran in downtown later this week to celebrate even more graduates. At the end of the school year, I just want to remind the public that it is you that I work for. So students, families, and community members, my door is open through the summer. My email, my phone line. I welcome your thoughts, questions, conversations. I appreciate everyone that's taken the time to reach out to me. I do try and be mindful to make sure that I respond to everyone and set up time for conversations as needed. And I just also wanted to remind the community of the schools that are in Area 5 that I serve. That's Curran, Sequoia, Downtown, Franklin, Harris, William Penn, Rayford Johnson, Roosevelt, Muncie, Evergreen, Wayside, and Frank West. But that being said, I definitely serve all students. Congratulations again to all our graduates and to everyone who helped them get there. Thank you and have a restful and safe summer. Thank you all staff continuing to serve our students during summer camp. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Mike Eggert.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I attended the O.D. Williams Awards and also the Dr. Fred Haynes Awards, and I was very impressed by the two speakers that they had, Mr. Arias, City Councilman, and then Mr. Edwards, an attorney out of Los Angeles that lives here locally, and his children go to local schools and was brought up here locally. I felt though both speakers were very uplifting, were mentors, and sent a message that what to strive for. And I just was very impressed. Mr. Arias had challenges going to college and being a cancer survivor and expressed that. And then Mr. Edwards with the traveling, LA is an attorney. And I just, I enjoyed hearing that type of mentor. Something for kids to strive for. To look there. And the young men that were sitting in the audience, looking their faces and being engaged in the conversation that both of those men were speaking, was very impressed by both programs. And I thank the staff that had responsibility in putting that together. I also would like to thank everybody. It's been a great year. It's been a fabulous year. We've had some ups and downs and stuff, but I thank every employee for showing up to work every day and dedicating to our students, no matter what type of student it is. And, I've been to many schools this year, and, when you walk into an office and you're treated with respect, and it's not just me, but I see how they're treated from other staff members, and from other parents that walk into and I love seeing that. I love seeing that, our staff is engaged, our staff is dedicated, they have a lot of pride. And, my thing has always been about thanking your staff and appreciating your staff. I just can't believe how proud I am of the staff that we have and seeing the recognition that took place today. It's just very heartwarming. But I appreciate everybody, the great job that they did every day when they brought their whole self to work, when they, as I said, most people will sit in their car and like, okay, I have to go in, and I remember a story from an author was, you always leave your window that cracked because a part of you that you left in the car, you don't want you to suffocate. So this is called bringing your whole self to work, and it just, we need to remember that, and we need to remember it as administrators, as site administrators, like I've preached before, to thank and appreciate. This is the last few days of opportunity to thank your people for a great year, because they make you look good and they can make you look bad. But if you thank them and you appreciate them, and I think one of the things that I look at, and I've looked at for many years, is Beta's climate survey. And I remember many years ago when it hem-hawed about the climate survey. Oh, the person's disgruntled, they're unhappy. You always have the same people that are going to complain. If they're going to complain that much, they'll transfer to another site. But no, they're dedicated to that site. They have something there to contribute, and that's why they stay there. So I challenge site administrators, take some time before you check out next week and look at that climate survey with your other site administrators and see where the areas you can improve. Because just taking that little time, put together some goals and see, where can we improve? I mean, there's some great comments that a lot of people made about some great schools, and you go to those schools and you can just feel the positive atmosphere in that school. But we should see that at every school. And as I always say, all it takes is the word thank you, to your staff. And I think that's important that, we take the time to say thank you to our staff, because, they have, made this district what it is. And, I appreciate personally from me seeing it, way back as an employee, as a student, and as an employee, and now as a board member, as a grandparent. I see the dedication, and these people love it. These people are, they're engaged, and I thank them, each and every one of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Moving on to Trustee Laura Guerrero Salgado.
No comment.
Thank you. That means it is my turn. So try to keep this short like usual. May is a very celebratory time of year for all of us in education. So a reminder to enjoy it. As board members, it means we're really, really busy. But the graduations, the ceremonies, they're really worth the time. So if you've got family, if you've got people going through those ceremonies, be there for them. I recently went to California School Board Association's Delegate Assembly, be assured that our district has some representation at the state level. There's a lot going on in California that we need to be watching out for, especially when it comes to budget stuff. So we'll be seeing that in the coming months. And then I also just want to shout out and thank the community members who spoke tonight on all of the topics, and really highlight the the students who came out, the amount of bravery that it takes to come and address a board. That is some serious stuff that those teachers and those students are working on. So thank you to all of those folks, and I'll leave it at that. Dr. CCB.
I want to begin where our esteemed president ended. You know, for those of you who don't know, my day job is that I teach college public speaking classes. So I've seen a whole gambit of presenters and people in very vulnerable states. And I'm so proud of our speakers tonight and the really powerful messages that they brought forward, but especially Wendy and Fatima. And more than that, you know, Mr. Bishop and Mr. Sala from Washington, giving their students agency and empowering them to find their voice at such a young age matters so much, and it means, you know, for me as a board member, so much to hear directly from those students. Similarly, you know, I want to express some appreciation for my fellow trustee, Brick Melly Alt, who went and spoke at our city council meeting about safe routes to school and was so powerful and such a wonderful ambassador of this district on an issue that I know may not be in the news every day anymore, but is still one that we have to be cognizant of and working to make better so our kids can be safe as they get to and from school. Louis L'Amour has this famous quote, there will come a time when you believe everything is finished. That will be the beginning. And I've been thinking about that quote a lot, because my daughter's graduating high school, and one of the traditions of BCSD is that all of the seniors gather together on their play structure from kindergarten and take a photo together. And that was a beautiful thing to witness, a hard thing, a milestone to measure as a mom. And there have been a lot of those milestones as a board member the last few months. Our retirement dinner was amazing. Hearing the stories and meeting the people and their families that have given their life to the district. We just did years of service. There are people who've worked in this district longer than I've been alive and are still smiling and still showing up to work every day, and we're so grateful to them. I went to the Emerson and Lincoln graduation and just saw amazing kids and amazing staff just all together, and there's nothing like walking out of our community Rabobank Arena and seeing all the families out by the fountain and how meaningful that moment, that milestone of moving on is. And it feels like this, I mean, I cried, I'm not gonna lie. I totally cried at both graduations because we're watching these students end their time with BCSD but step into a new adventure. I also got to go to the new teacher induction, and those folks look terrified because they won't have the support that they had. But again, they're stepping into a new beginning at BCSD, and so many of us start here, you know, whether it's in school, as parents, as anything, and so many of the people that we saw tonight have given their life, their love, their service to our new administrators moving up, to our new teachers, to our new families coming in. Welcome, and for those of you, you know, moving on to your next adventure, we're sad to lose you. But we are so grateful that you've been a part of the BCSD journey, and I wish that we had a photograph in front of a play structure for everyone who had their time here, because it really does bookend how special our journey is and what a special place this is. And I agree with our president, go to a graduation if you can. Every single one is special. We do it right here at BCSD.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 2, Superintendent report. Mark Lukey, Superintendent.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hanging with us this as we near 7:30. I want to start by acknowledging Dr. Gerardo Lewis, who is with us tonight. So Dr. Lewis, please stand up. Let's give him a round of applause. The newly appointed principal at Kern. We have a plan for you. We'll get to you in a little bit, okay? But thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to echo the comments of this time of year. Celebrations, acknowledgments, all the good feels for our students, our staff, tonight included. This work is not easy. This work is complex, challenging, difficult. At times it is not rewarding. At times it is burdensome. But every day our staff shows up. And for that I say thank you. I'm going to go a little heavy tonight with my report. But I want to focus and inform and update the board and the community on a very important topic that we have been working on in the district. And for the last 4 years, my leadership has been about creating spaces for brave conversations. That's all it's been. Create a space and get out of the way and let people do their work and surround myself with people who are much more brilliant than I am to shepherd the conversations, to shape the future of this district. And tonight we got to see 2 amazing young people advocate for their campus. And that is all the Portrait of a Graduate is about. Giving kids voice, agency, and ownership of their today and their tomorrow. And I'm just so proud of those kids and those teachers and that campus for doing that work. So let's just jump in here and go to the next slide. As always, I want to just focus tonight's conversation around our values of equity, integrity, caring, collaboration, and personal and collective accountability. I believe we are a system that can and should do all things for all kids. And we need to be brave enough and bold enough to remove the barriers, the disparities, and serve kids to the best of our ability to give them a chance at success as their adult self. Go back. You beat me to it. Our vision, to be the model of educational excellence, equity, inclusion, and innovation. Our kids need us. And we can bring excellence to them every single day if we stay united and focused on our work. And our mission is to educate all students at the highest levels of academic excellence to become collaborative, creative, and critical thinkers. And that is what the future of tomorrow is demanding of our kids today. And we better build kids who can think, who can speak, who can work together, because facts can be memorized and Google can give you the facts in 3.5 seconds at the longest amount of time. Then we're going to segue here because a little bit of frustration is going to come out in the sense of how items are portrayed in local media around board policies without research, critical thinking. That the board enacted in 1998 a board policy on sex offenders and visitors to campus. And tonight's item is simply a revision, updating penal code language. And yet, we're all over the media in negative light about how we condone and authorize and allow the worst of adults into our campus. Shameful. We must build a society who can think, who can research, who can communicate and collaborate. Next slide, please. So as we have been working as a team, under the surface, because we need time to think, time to develop, time to create, I've been shepherding this definition from Devin Vodichka, who is the former superintendent for down in San Diego County. He's now the CEO of Learner-Centered Collaborative. He is the renowned leading mind in the future of school. And Vista Unified was his district. You can research that district. The new purpose of schooling needs to be fostering agency, collaboration, and real-world problem solving to ensure students can think critically and creatively, collaborate effectively with others, apply skills and knowledge to solving real problems, and find meaningful ways to contribute to the world. Now, I would argue that tonight we had 2 examples of just that. And if we could do that for every single kid, every one of our 28,000 plus students in our district, watch out, world. Our kids are going to be the difference. So that's the frame that we're working forward toward. Next slide, please. And it's about bringing our system coherence from awareness to clarity. Can we be aware to can we build a clear understanding of what we're trying to accomplish? Coherence is the goal. We're simply from awareness to clarity. So this year, over the spring months, created space for a very important conversation. Go ahead and click. Bringing our Portrait of a Graduate to life. And I want to give credit to Christine Chapman and her team. Click one more time, please. That have developed with our teacher advisory committees portrait competency indicators that offer a description of what our children should be doing grade span by grade span to bring to life each of the competencies. And so there's for communicator and problem solver, resilient learner, et cetera, clear descriptions of what we can be doing in classrooms across the district, because these items can't be tested. You can't give an ABCD test to evaluate effective communication or collaboration or problem solving, et cetera. So it's what kids do and how they move in their classroom to effectively work together and solve real problems. And so we've allowed these descriptors to marinate in the system for folks to grow comfortable with them. And we're launching these ideas this summer as part of our Summer Institute. One more click, please. Because in essence, we are attempting to develop clarity around grade level standards. We've been talking about teaching a grade level standard since 1999. Effective instructional practices. We've been having discussions about what is effective instruction. I've been in this business since '98, and ever since then, if not before, I'm sure before. And now we have this new idea of a portrait of a graduate, a pathway toward ensuring our students leave our system prepared for high school success. And in the middle of the sweet spot there are opportunities to engage our kids in authentic learning. Learning that's meaningful to them. Learning that connects their capacity to real world problems, making the world around them a better place. And again, we saw an example tonight, and I couldn't have scripted that better, so thank you to Washington. Next slide, please. And now I want to frame the context. And I apologize for the colors, I'll get to that in a second. This year I've created space to talk about our African American Student Achievement through the African American Student Achievement Committee. And frankly, I opened the door and said, anybody who's interested, come. And meeting 1 was about 40 people, and meeting 2 was about 80 people, and the numbers just kept growing. And the reason why we need to have these conversations is because our performance, our achievement of our African American Black students is alarming. It needs to be addressed. Once and for all, we need to build a system that ensures our students, these students, have opportunities for success. And so if we look here, the colors are represented by the California School Dashboard. So if we look at 2019, the year before the pandemic, the numbers are a little bit hard to see on the top under ELA, but we were yellow. We were right in the middle, gaining momentum, hitting our stride with instruction. But look at math. Even back then, math was unsatisfactory. The middle column is our African American population. The far right column is the district average overall. And you see the years there, 19, we took 2-year pause because of the pandemic, came back, and we see a 30-point drop. And since that year, we have failed to gain momentum. We have failed to gain traction to close the academic gaps that exist. Suspension rates as well. Middle column, African American students, far right column, the average of all students. And again, we were yellow. And since 2022, we've continued to see that number increase. So when we have community partners reach out to us and say, hey, we want to help, we have to listen. We have to engage. We have to seek out those partnerships to access families and homes where we can't. Because we are now in generational education of these families where many parents didn't have a positive experience in our system. So they're a little bit less trusting of us, and we must work to gain that trust. And chronic absenteeism, although our number is yellow, the number is still excessively larger for African American students than our overall population of this past year, 34%. African American students, and overall is 23%. So there's work to be done. So this is the context, the frame of why I chose to bring this conversation forward. And board, was it challenging? How dare you, a brown man, create space to talk about Black student achievement? That was said. But continue to push forward to create the space. Next slide, please. So the purpose was to address barriers, promote equity, and improve outcomes for African American students. Next slide, click one more time, please. And our framework was 4 sessions, identifying barriers and inequities, discussing and identifying problem practice, developing measurable goals, and then the alignment to the portrait of the graduate. Because the POG should be for all students, not just some students, all students. All of our students should see themselves in the portrait with the ability to connect how they fit into that model. Next slide, please. So through our 4 sessions, with a lot of conversation, we've developed 2 key actions that we intend to bring forward for next year. First, individual goal setting. What? BCSD as a system will develop a system to ensure student goal setting occurs at minimum on a quarterly basis for all students who identify as African American. Goal setting will be recorded as part of a student's individual learning plan or similar document and will be revisited throughout the school year. And we're allowing some loose tie here. Schools have some autonomy in their structure with the tightness of the first 2 questions. We must intentionally ask all students, what are your dreams? And what do you want to become? And it's our duty to support students to achieve those dreams and work toward their goal. Why? Because our system must ensure all students who identify as African American see, hear, feel, and believe in their individual greatness, are pushed to achieve their individual success, and are supported to accomplish their identified goals. We can do this. And how? Schools will be responsible to show evidence of student goal setting, including presentations of progress at the District African American Parent Advisory Council and BCSD Closing the Achievement Gap Committee meetings. We will do this for all of our students who identify as Black. And schools will develop their system, leveraging staff who are engaged in this work to start the process to ensure our students feel connected to their campus. Next slide, please. Key action 4, notice we skipped over 2 and 3 because they need some refinements. Key action 4 is focus group student interviews. What? BCSD will develop a structure to host student focus groups at a minimum 2 times per year, fall and spring, ensuring representation by students who identify as African American. Student feedback will be shared with the entire school site staff and be used to shape future school plan goals and actions. Why? BCSD must ensure the voices of students who identify as African American are seen, heard, and felt, and that students respond by ensuring actionable steps are implemented based on student feedback. How? Schools will be responsible to show evidence of student voice and feedback through reporting and through adjusted actions within the school plan. Next slide, please. Click one more time, please. So recently, Ed Trust West released a Black Minds Matter report. And it's linked there, so the board will get you that report. But there's a staggering, sobering graphic in the report that says at the current pace of progress, multiple generations will pass through California schools before our Black students are supported to read and do math on grade level. And the data shows that it'll be 2070 before our Black students read at grade level. And more concerning, or equally concerning, is it'll be 2089 before our Black students achieve on grade level in mathematics. We will not accomplish this work in 1 year, but the system must respond differently. What we have done year after year, decade after decade is not working for these students. We must be bold, we must be brave, we must be willing to do different. And the spaces must be created to have these honest conversations to identify how we can do things differently. Next slide, please. So with that, I want to transition real quick. We thank the board and the audience for the opportunity to share the continued efforts to bring to life the portrait of a graduate and to highlight the progress and commitment of the African American Student Achievement Committee. This work remains among the most important I have done as superintendent. The committee's focus, intentionality, and its unwavering advocacy reflect a powerful and ongoing commitment to address the long-standing disparities that exist within our system. Tonight, I honor the efforts of this group and recognize the essential role it plays in ensuring that every student in our district has the opportunity to thrive. As we look forward, I hope we all can embrace the promise of the Portrait of a Graduate and commit ourselves to a system that works as one, educating and elevating every student toward high school readiness and beyond. For many of us, this is not simply professional. It's legacy work. It is work that will outlast our time and our roles, shaping the future for generations of BCSD students. Although I believe deeply in this work, I have come to the stark realization that this mission must continue beyond me, that its success now depends on new leadership to carry it forward with the perspective, trust, and momentum needed to fully realize its potential. After much reflection, it has become increasingly apparent that differing perspectives with the Board of Education regarding leadership, including our roles and responsibilities as a governance team, have created challenges in effectively leading the district forward. Bakersfield City School District is my home, and I continue to carry with me the belief of our great potential. There are so many amazing programs and services we offer our students, both in and around the classroom. This includes the promise of the Portrait of a Graduate and the critical work of the African American Student Achievement Committee. However, true progress requires a unified leadership team where the superintendent and board share a foundation of trust, respect, and mutual belief. Recognizing that this dynamic is essential for the district to fully realize its potential, I have made the difficult decision to step aside. I believe it is in the best interest of the students, staff, and community to allow this board to select the superintendent with whom they have complete confidence, ensuring the momentum and vision for BCSD can continue without impediment. Therefore, tonight, I submit my letter of resignation as superintendent of the Bakersfield City School District. My resignation is offered with the hope that this transition will enable the board to establish a relationship of full trust and support with the new leadership, enabling BCSD to thrive and truly fulfill its mission where the child comes first. To my staff, parents and guardians, and the community, thank you. It has been my greatest honor to walk beside each and every one of you, sharing successes and struggles, triumphs and heartaches, all while putting the children of BCSD at the forefront of our work. For this, I will forever be indebted to you. As a proud product of this district, I carried with me the immense hope of serving BCSD until I retired. But life doesn't always grant us our greatest hopes. What it does offer, however, is the opportunity to choose integrity, to listen to one's inner voice, and to honor the mission, children above all else. Over the next 90 days, I will continue to serve the district and support the Board of Education as they begin the process of identifying a new superintendent. It has been the privilege of a lifetime to serve the community that shaped me. I remain always a champion for BCSD and for the children we serve. Thank you.
Well, as much as I'd like to adjourn, we've got to get through the next 3 items here. We're going to do a recess right here. Anyways, number 3, Mount Vernon Dual Immersion School beginning 26-27. It is recommended that Mount Vernon Elementary School become dual language immersion school beginning in the 2026-2027 school year be approved.
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. All of those in favor?
We need to have discussion first.
Oh, my bad. Discussion on that one, please.
I just want to say I'm really excited about the principal and that the school site was chosen as an alumni of Mount Vernon. I'm really honored. That's our next site.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 4, new school construction study. This is a discussion item.
I had asked for this to be put on the agenda. Based on our last conversations, it seemed like the board was torn on moving forward with the new school. So rather than just being at a halt and not knowing where to move forward, I was hoping that maybe we could hire an outside agency to do an audit on the viability of the school and the population. From the last time that we had a meeting, I believe 3 of us had expressed that we were not interested at this point in moving forward. We do know the community wants it. We do know that we spent money on the architects, but that would be my request. And I think that should that come back, I would be willing to support moving forward on that.
Any discussion on that item?
I think I find myself wanting to table this conversation and not make a rash decision in the next 90 days while we determine what our next step forward is. But I think it's a great idea.
I make a motion to table it. Is that what we need to do?
It's not an action
This is a
item, it?
discussion.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
sorry.
So unless there's any other discussion, we will come back to that. Thank you. Number 5, administrative hearing panel. Action. It is recommended that the administrative hearing panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Okay, thank you. Any second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to reports from our district organizations. Number 1, Labor's International Union of North America, LIUNA, Local 777, Bob Boyd, President. Appears to be not here. Number 2, Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Beta, Steve Comstock, President.
Good evening. I don't know what to say here. That's probably one of the most disappointing things I've heard in a long time. But I do want to talk to the board here for a minute. Just 3 quick things. Besides, we made it through another year, thank goodness. Not the way I wanted to end the year, though. I'm sorry I wasn't here last month. My son had his board of review to become an Eagle Scout, and I had to be there for that, and he did get his Eagle Scout, so I'm excited about that. Sorry that I missed being here with all of you. I did send everybody an email that basically outlined the only thing I was going to talk about last time, which is I firmly believe that we absolutely need, and I know you're going to go crazy hearing me say this, another administrator. I think we need a director for the SLPs, because no one in special ed understands the world that they're coming from and the rules that govern them like a speech-language pathologist. We have fewer pre-K teachers, and we have a director of pre-K. We have a director for the nurses. We have a director of special ed, but none of those special ed folks come from the SLP world. And their world is very different than a regular special ed teacher. It becomes almost diagnostic like a doctor. If you ever sit and listen to everything that the verbiage that they use, the things that they have to know about, they need somebody who understands their job. And I would really hope that we would give that some consideration. The second thing I wanted to talk about was, I was very excited to hear the students from Washington tonight. I completely agree with what Mark said about giving students agency and having them be part of the conversation. I just hope that the fact that they spoke doesn't overshadow what they said. Because tonight, you guys, I know you just tabled the study and what's going to happen next with the next school. We have a study that was, a study that was created years ago, before MLK came to be a school, and it basically outlined what every school needed to have happen. There were plans for rebuilding schools, for demolishing buildings and putting things in. There are schools across this district in desperate need of updating, new facilities, things that students across our district need. And I would urge you to consider that when you're considering what we're going to do with the next school. The last thing I really wanted to talk about is I was really happy to see a lot of people at the retirement dinner this year. Unfortunately, not all the teachers or classified staff that could be there were there. Some had other obligations, others choose not to go. Tonight was all about recognition. And I think that's amazing. I think we need to do a better job of recognizing people, not just once a year. I think that, and this district has done a good job with its the excellence in the nominations and having people come through and having people nominate each other. Before this meeting started, I guess the 5 o'clock hours when you guys did your years of service recognition, if anybody wasn't able to make it to that, somebody who had earned a 15-year, 25-year, or 30-year, it gets sent to their school site so that it can be given to them there, sometimes by the principal, sometimes just in their box, but they receive that recognition. Anybody who didn't go to the retirement dinner, if you went to the retirement dinner, you saw they get some beautiful plaques, they get recognized, and they get saying, thank you. It's like a culmination activity for people that have dedicated blood, sweat, and tears to the students of this district. But if you don't go to the retirement dinner, there is no plaque. There is no recognition because they couldn't or chose not to go because they didn't, I guess, show interest is what I heard. And I think that that's wrong. I think that if somebody has put in the time and energy and dedicated themselves to our students, they deserve to be recognized. So I would encourage that, it's not an accusation, I just think it's a way that we have done things, and I really think it would be something that we could do to recognize more people. Because I think that especially at the end of their careers, every employee deserves to be recognized. Mark, every employee deserves to be recognized for the things they've brought and done here. So that's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Number 3 would be Classified School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 48, Dinah May Jimenez, President.
Turn it around. Okay. Superintendent and members of the board, good evening. My name is Dinah May Jimenez, President of California School Employees Association, Chapter 48. I'd like to bring a few concerns to your attention on behalf of our members. Clarification and consistency regarding A2 work expectations. Several A2s have reached out to us with concerns regarding the expectations tied to the additional hour of work recently granted. While they are truly grateful for the extra time, there has been confusion around its intended purpose. Initially, we were informed and communicated to our members that this hour was designated to support teachers with prep time and dismissal of special education students, specifically. However, we have since been told during a subsequent labor management meeting that A2s are now expected to assist with the dismissal of all students, including Gen Ed. One of our members, after clarifying this with her principal, received a written reprimand for advocating based on the original guidance. This situation highlights a troubling lack of consistency. If expectations shift, clear and unified communication must follow. Otherwise, employees are left vulnerable to discipline simply for following instructions previously given to them in good faith. Call for empathy. As we near the end of the school year, I would like to offer a gentle reminder to our administrators and principals. Empathy matters. Empathy is defined as the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. And in the workplace, especially in a school district, it is not a luxury, it is a necessity. We are all human. Like machines, our bodies sometimes need repair. Our members attend doctor's appointments, physical therapy, and in some cases, cancer treatments, all while doing their best to minimize the impact on their schools by taking only partial days off when possible. Yet, one of our members who takes time off on the same day each week for cancer treatment received a verbal warning for showing a pattern in her absences. She was even asked to submit a doctor's note for every partial absence, even though she was trying to reduce disruption by not taking full days off. This is not just about policy, it's about compassion. In closing, we are continuing to negotiate the MOU for nutrition assistants, level 3, duty hours, change in schedule, as you heard from our members tonight in regard to this issue. We are waiting for the district to grant us documents previously requested at our last meeting. Looking ahead, negotiation dates have been scheduled for July, and I look forward to productive discussions that reflect the values we all share: fairness, clarity, and above all, humanity. Mr. Lukey, surprising news. I truly believe that you were trying to make a change. I'll be sad to see you go. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to letter I, the board will take a 5-minute recess. All right, so we will move on with the agenda. Yes. Letter J, Educational Services. Assistant Superintendent's report. Mrs. Laura Orozco.
Yes, good evening, President Fuentes and board members. Today I just have one item under my division, which is Mr. Alfonso Ceja, Executive Director of Multilingual Education Programs, and it is our approval of our multilingual master plan. You do have one in front of you. It's this program. So on one side, it's English, and then if you switch it, it's Spanish. And they did have any changes is highlighted, so you can quickly see any of the changes or additions to our master plan.
Good evening, President Fuentes, members of the board, Mr. Luki, and all those present. So I have a quick, brief summary of the main changes in the multilingual master plan for your consideration for approval. As Mrs. Orozco said, you have a hard copy in its tab. The pages on the master plan that are tabbed coincide with the pages listed on the presentation slides for your reference as well as I speak through them. For me, it's an honor to present this hard work of every member of the Multilingual Education Programs Department, every program specialist that oversee each of the programs within my division, as well as my clerical staff, and then also you see here reflected the hard work of our DLAC parents, as well as our community partners that we see feedback from. So the first major change not change, but addition to the plan is the alignment of the multilingual master plan to the portrait of the graduate. The competencies that are there as well with the alignment within the plan, as well as the academic priorities, number 2 being the focal point of the master plan, which is all EL students entering into BCSD in kinder are reclassified by grade 5, which we've been working very hard to make sure that our students get reclassified within those 5 to 7 years of learning English as their second language. So that is one of the bigger additions that we have in this year's master plan. The next 2 slides, what I pointed out for you here is the alignment of the master plan chapter by chapter in relation to the federal program monitoring alignment, which is what we use to guide the work in the department, and which is what we are measured against when we have federal program monitoring evaluations consecutively every 2 years. This is where all the work goes into that alignment of making sure Title III funds are aligned with the allowable expenses set from the state and federal government. So you see on the left side, it's the chapters, titles, and each item under each of those chapters. And on the right side, you see the alignment over to the federal programming instrument and how those 2 aligned with law, state and federal law. Next, in our chapter 4, which is dedicated to our dual immersion program, and the board just took action not too long ago to name Mount Vernon the next dual immersion school in our district. So this section talks about parent involvement. And one of the components there that we aligned was, instead of having separate events, to be more aligned with our inclusion programs within our school district and within our schools. So our main goal here is that every parent cafe will have a specific DI component within the current standing parent cafe. Not in addition, but during this current one. We also are aligning our family nights to include activities in Spanish for dual immersion families. So typically we have them provided in English. Now they'll have them moving forward within the same reading night, math night, will be some components in Spanish, as well as our updates during the quarterly multilingual education committee meetings that principals provide to that committee in the dual immersion program. Then I'm going to fast forward to almost the end because this is where the biggest changes happen in the plan every year. The rest of the chapters don't change because they're the law. and that are the procedures that we follow year after year. So in Chapter A, we focus on professional development. So in serving our staff, what is it that we need to continue providing from the Multilingual Education Department professional development for our teachers? It's being the feedback that we need to focus on 5 areas of professional development. One, being that of our English Learner Toolkit of strategies for our teachers, designated and integrated English ELD, modeling and coaching support at the sites. So our teachers are asking more than ever, can you come and just show me how it's done? So program specialists in my department have been going out and will continue going out to do some model lessons when requested. As well as cope with that is the support during professional learning communities. When teachers are planning is, come and show me how should I plan to target specific strategies from the EL toolkit in my instruction. And then aligned with that is the various proficiency levels. Not all English learners meet the same, so we should be tailoring our instruction to student needs. So that's where the support and differentiation comes in for our teachers, as well as curriculum-specific development. We have Benchmark Advanced, Study Sync, and English 3D that are core curriculum adopted by the board that are in the classroom. So how do we utilize those texts or that curriculum along with the EL Toolkit of strategies in the classroom? So that is our continued work with our program specialists to provide that support for our classroom teachers. Next, briefly, just a quick overview, beginning of Chapter 9, it's our program evaluation that we do every year. How do we collect this data? This data starts with getting support from admin, teachers, EL leads that we have at the school sites, and this is where that professional development that I just talked about, that's where the feedback comes from. As well as our DLAC parent committees, they do a needs assessment every year. And so I actually start working with our DLAC committee on this every year around February. So in there you have the dates that every time I talk to our DLAC parents about the plan, and then they approve it in May of every year. So May 14th, they approve it this year to bring it to you for your approval. The evaluation tool, which you'll see from pages 70 to 74, is aligned to the EL roadmap, California English Learner Roadmap for the state, which is a state policy. So what you'll see in those sections, you'll see that the first section of the evaluation aligns with the asset-oriented and needs-responsive schools. The next one is about intellectual equality of instruction and meaningful access, which aligns with the approach of the graduate, and allowing and providing students the opportunity, once they get reclassified, to be able to have an elective aside from being in a designated EOT instruction. And then also, it allows for articulation from grade level to the next or cross content. So these strategies are not only like in an English class, but they can be utilized throughout the day. Math, science, history. So it calls for those sections and that evaluation. And then the last 2 sections that are updated every year are, one, the needs assessment from the DLAC parents. What our parents are telling us they want for their children is they want parental involvement through our CVIT courses that we offer every year, as well as through our parent cafes and more information about reclassification and what does it mean to get English learner and what does it mean to be reclassified. They also continue requesting for tutoring, which is one of our LCAP goals, hopefully that continues to be approved for next year, specifically tutoring for English language learners. And then also training for our staff. Parents say that we should continue working towards training our staff to promote bilingualism and biliteracy amongst all of our students. And then this last section, it's again a little more in detail about the professional development that has been asked by our staff, but it's more detailed into 3 different categories. So the first one being for teachers who teach designated ELD in our district. The second one being for teachers who teach integrated ELD. Well, how does it look like in comparison to teaching how language works versus using language to support content for integrated ELD? And then also specific modeling and scaffolding and supports for our newcomers and immigrant students. Those had just arrived to the United States from another country. So in a nutshell, these are the main changes in the plan that you have in front of you for consideration for approval.
Questions, discussion?
Do you want to go first? Go ahead. So on page 29, by the way, this is wonderful. When we talk about activities per parent involvement, I think some of the ones listed under Parent Cafe, I would love to see a line added for classroom engagement. Like I know, you know, y'all do a bunch of, I'm thinking of, I went and watched the Living Museum that was English and Spanish, and all the parents were there watching it. So I think the program already does that, like they already have it built in, but I think adding it as a like distinguished line would highlight that we don't just do separate engagement, which is so cool, the Parent Cafe is so cool. But I think adding that, like some of the stuff overlaps a little bit, would emphasize other highlights of the programs you do. On page 29, it talks, no, that's the page I was talking about. Page 65, sorry. Page 65, it talks about evaluation, and one of the areas of evaluation later on page 73, the third principle talks about the different staff. But when you are on page 65 and first talking about like having qualified administrators, having qualified teachers, it doesn't specifically outline having support staff. And I think one of the things I've heard from parents who've been like at the middle school and elementary school, they see a difference between the CPELs who understand dual enrollment or the clerks who understand dual enrollment. And I think that aligns with the principle 3, the way that it's been written, says staff and teachers and administration. But when we outline in our program the things we're doing, we don't say that we're gonna, I think we do that, so take credit for it. I don't know.
For dual immersion?
Yeah, like that we have staff that is not just teachers and administration, but support staff, CSEA employees that also understand how to support dual immersion. I think we do. I think we support that infrastructure already, but maybe I'm missing it somewhere else in the report. I didn't see it like clearly delineated and explained, and I know it's something that you do. This is wonderful, and I love that it's in English and Spanish on both sides. Like I think that's fabulous.
Thank you.
Mr. Ceja, for the monthly parent cafes, our parent centers already have a monthly parent cafe, but like for our dual immersion schools, are you wanting to have a parent cafe specifically just for the dual immersion parents?
So one of the things and some of the feedback that we've been getting is that for any school, there's a set of there's parent cafes, right?
Right.
And then there's literacy nights or math nights or all these events. But what was happening in our dual immersion schools is that we would have that parent cafe, and then we had an additional parent cafe just for DI. So if you were a dual immersion parent, you were having to go double the events. So you had to be at the regular parent cafe and the dual immersion parent cafe, the regular reading night, and then the dual immersion reading night. So instead of having you try to determine how many nights can I afford a day, it's marrying those two to where it's one, not two. It's all inclusive within the same parent cafe with the DI component.
And just to kind of give a little more context to that too, bridging it together hopefully will remedy some of the challenges of staff within the school site seeing themselves as separate and at times positioning who's the favored of the two, right? So being one school, one team, just because my child's not in a DI classroom doesn't mean I shouldn't celebrate dual immersion program.
Correct.
So trying to bring that to life in one vision.
Oh, this is great. Thank you. I appreciate your report.
Any other discussion or questions?
Wonderful.
All righty, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a no action item. So we're moving on to letter K, business services. Assistant Superintendent's report.
Actually, number two, J2 is an action.
Oh, we were not on, I see,
Yeah.
okay. Number 2, approval of the Bakersfield City School District Multilingual Master Plan. It is recommended that the BCSD Master Plan be approved.
This is loud, I move that we approve it.
Seconds?
Second.
Thank you, Brooke. And any discussion on this item before we?
Is it still possible to integrate some of that, just like wording changes? Were those crazy ideas? I don't think they're
No.
radical. Okay, I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
sure.
yeah, we'll take that feedback and adjust, definitely.
Okay,
definitely.
just making sure, sorry.
Absolutely.
Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now moving on to letter K, Business Services Superintendent's report. Mrs. Sherry Gladden.
Good evening. My section will be brief tonight. I am only bringing forward one item. This is the revision to the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. It is the same iteration that came before the board last month. I brought it forward along with a brief presentation to explain the need for revising the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. That was informational for the board, our staff, and the community. We have received no feedback, input, or concerns regarding the proposed ESSER 3 plan revision, so tonight I bring it back before the board for a request for approval.
Thank you. Moving to item number 2, approval of the ESSER 3 expenditure plan revision. It is recommended that the board approve the revision to the district's ESSER 3 expenditure plan as presented at the April 29th, 2025 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris,
This is Chris, so moved.
I second.
Thank you, thank you. Any discussion on this item before we vote? Awesome. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to letter L, Human Resources Assistant Superintendent's report. Mrs. Christine Cornejo.
Thank you, President Fuentes. I have no report this evening. We are coming upon our bargaining season, and so we have several initial proposals that I am asking the board to accept and approve this evening, along with our HR personnel reports.
Alrighty, thank you. Moving on to item number 2, approval of the declaration for need for fully qualified educators. It is recommended that the declaration for need for fully qualified educators in accordance with the provisions of Education Code Section 44225D and G and 44300 approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that before we vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 3, initial proposal of the Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association Beta for negotiation of a 2025-2028 successor agreement. It is recommended that the initial proposal submitted by Beta for the negotiation of 25-28 successor agreement between the district and Beta be received as a matter of record in compliance with Section 3547 of the Government Code. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you.
This is loud, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 4, initial proposal of the Bakersfield City School District in response to the initial proposal of Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Beta for negotiation of the successor. It is recommended that the initial proposal submitted by the district for negotiations of a 2025-2028 successor agreement between the district and Beta be received as a matter of record in compliance with Section 3547 of the Government Code. Do I have a motion on that one?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Seconds?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. And any discussion on this one? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 5, initial proposal of the district for of the Bakersfield City School District for a successor agreement with the California School Employees Association, Chapter number 48, CSEA. It is recommended that the proposal submitted from CSEA, between CSEA and the district, be received as a matter of record in compliance with Section 3547 of the Government Code. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 6, approval of the classified human resources report. It's recommended that the report be approved and submitted. Motion? Thank you, Brooke.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you, CCB. Any discussion on this item? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 7, approval of the certificated human resources report. It is recommended that the report be approved as submitted.
Your motion?
Thank you.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item before we vote? Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to letter M, board policies. It is recommended that the proposed revisions to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.02, administering medication and monitoring health conditions, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved.
This is Chris, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this
Did
item?
we hear from any community members on this item, Superintendent? Like
Nobody
since our
reached-
last? No,
nobody
I was
reached
just
out.
curious.
Yep.
People might have thoughts, but I guess not.
Any other discussion, questions, or anything? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to item number 2, revision of the board policies, procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 605.07. It is recommended that policy be reviewed as a first reading. It is recommended that the proposed revision of this policy, section 605.07, student records, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion on this item? Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to item number 3. It is recommended that the revision of the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 605.07, student records and administrative regulation, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion on this item? All of those in favor? Aye. Number 4, revision to board policies and procedures of Bakersfield City School District, section 400.27. It is recommended that policy, summer learning program, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved.
This is Laura, I move that we approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 5, it is recommended that the proposed revisions to the board policies and procedures of Bakersfield City School District, section 603.15, health and screening for school entry administrative regulation, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved. Any discussion? All of those in favor?
Aye.
Number 6, it is recommended that the proposed revision of the board policies and procedures of Bakersfield City School District, section 300.44, school safety plan, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved.
I move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Number 7, it is recommended that the proposed revisions to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.44, school safety plan administrative regulation, reviewed as a first reading on 4/29/25, be approved.
Make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Looks like we are at number 8, revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.43, sex offender notification. This is a first reading, only for discussion. Any discussion? None. Moving on to item number 9, revision of the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 300.43, sex offender notification, administrative regulation, first reading, also only for discussion. Seeing none, we will move on to letter N, the consent agenda.
I want to make a motion to pull some items.
Yes, go ahead.
So I move to approve the consent agenda, but pull for discussion specifically item 13, 16, and 17. So approve the consent agenda, all except 13, 16, and 17.
So we have a motion. I'll need
Does that include the No. Oh, sorry, wait. 12. So items 12, 13, 16, and 17.
So the motion on is currently to approve of the consent agenda with the exception of items 12, 13, 16, and 17. Is that correct? Okay. Do I have a second for that motion?
A second.
Thank you, Brooke. We will move this to discussion then.
Don't we have to vote to approve
Oh.
the consent that we approved? And then we can go back and talk about each of the items that did not get approved? If the motion is to approve the consent agenda?
Approve all that were withheld, and then come back and take each item individually.
There we go.
Yes.
So we
Who
vote
made
on
the
this
first
one.
motion and second motion?
I was first, Brooke was second.
Okay, so that motion gets voted on. Okay. So, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we'll bring back those items, right, for discussion?
Yes.
Okay,
So do we need a motion on item 12 before we discuss
Yes.
it?
I believe
One at
so.
a time.
Motion in a second, yep.
I move to approve.
Move to approve item number 12. Thank you, Brooke.
I'm sorry, not to approve, what,
To not approve.
to not approve it.
Sorry, motion to not approve.
I
Okay.
second that.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, CCB. Discussion on the motion and second on the floor.
I have a question. It says that this is a 5-year bid. Does that mean it's a 5-year contract, or just this is their solid bid for the next 5 years?
It'd be a 5-year agreement per the RFP design. And for the record, on the Friday update, there was a detailed description of the history of this agreement, inclusive of other agencies who provided services before the pandemic, and United Way has been the agency who's been responsive in the RFP that went out. They were the only agency that was responsive. We have no reason to believe that any other agencies would be responsive, and this is a required curriculum for students in 7th and 8th grade, so we would need to figure out some path forward if the RFP was not awarded.
I don't have an issue with the passing of this. I just had some questions about the RFP process. I do feel like, as I mentioned to you earlier, I think there's maybe some ways to widen the net. So you had shared with me that the way that we advertise this RFP was in the newspaper, and then we reached out to 2 organizations. Was that correct? The past 2 that we'd worked with?
Yes.
Okay. So I was also told that the United Way was the only organization that had the capacity to put this program on. Are they going to provide the teaching of the sex ed, or would they contract and subcontract out to another company?
That's a question I'm going to ask Dr. Fullenweider to come up and speak to the podium on the details of this agreement.
They provide it with their staff.
Okay. It didn't totally add up to me, because I was told again that that was pretty much the only organization, and I definitely understand that the process of how it got there. But when I did look up how many employees work for United Way locally, it was 27. And I had also asked about Clinica Sierra Vista, which I know that they did not respond. They may not be interested in, putting a bid. But I do think there's a chance that maybe they didn't know about it just because of the article, and then they were not one of the organizations that we reached out to. In my mind, that's just where my thoughts went. And I don't know how accurate this is, but when I did look up their employee numbers, it looked like they had about 2,000 locally.
So Clinica Sierra Vista was our partner previously. Through an audit that they had, it was found that they could not do a fee-for-service contract to provide the service, and it was illegal for them to do that. They withdrew from the contract with us. They'd been our partner for as long as I probably have been in the district doing that. But they withdrew from that contract and kind of left us high and dry. And then we had to scramble to find a new partner, and we ended up finding the United Way to do that.
That makes sense. I do know there's been many changes of leadership over there. Is there ever an opportunity to re-examine if they were interested in that? Or is that just indefinitely?
No, I mean, we put the RFP out to accept for bids. If they weren't interested in it, then I assume they wouldn't bid. I mean, they had to submit a bid proposal.
I just am concerned anytime there's only one bid for something, and especially in like the budgetary situation that we're in. I think there are ways to possibly modernize our system of how we advertise, because I don't think that's always clear to people. I understand that that's been our system, and the people that we do partner with understand it well. But to my understanding, I don't know a lot about this. I've read that there are some different ways of getting information out for RFPs rather than just putting it in the newspaper, which I feel like a lot of people don't see. Obviously, some people in the known organizations are gonna go in and check that, but it looked like there were a lot of maybe more modern ways to get the information out. So my main concern was not the content. My concern was more, are we really getting a competitive bid? And I feel like, again, that probably could go for a lot of different partnering of organizations. Is there a better way to do it? Especially, again, as we're gonna be looking at some tough budgetary decisions. I don't wanna always just go with the same group because that's who we partnered with. I have no doubt they'll do a good job. It's just, again, the process.
And that's not my process per se, that would be for Sherry to respond to.
Yeah, depending on what the type of contract is, like construction contracts, Mr. Sitton, when he goes out, there are professional trade publications that bids must be advertised in. For this type of service, there's not any specific industry trade journal. If anybody does express that they're interested in the next time that we RFP or bid on a topic, we do keep their name and they are invited and it's specifically sent to them. And we can certainly look at if there's other areas or effective publications to advertise that RFP in, but the RFPs are on the district's website, which is searchable, and then it's also published in the paper. So if somebody is in this type of business and they're searching for opportunities to RFP, they are typically searching through those like online what's posted search as well as in the different publications. So it has been effective. I think this is an example of a service that's not a lot of people can do. Not a lot of competition in it.
Dr. Fullenwider, if I may ask, in the history of our partnership with United Way, have we ever received a complaint of service or an evaluation of less than acceptable service by the agency?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe we have had concerns with an employee there. That employee was released as a result of the concerns. I think that's the extent of that.
And I ask that question because that, in part,
should
be part of the evaluation or concern if there's concern. We are the largest elementary school district in the state of California, thereby the largest in Kern County. Most, if not all of the agencies who would partner with us to produce this type of work are insufficient in size to meet the demand of our district. That limits responsiveness by agencies. Again, the contract has been in place for several years without any reason to question the validity of it. The cost is not any more in excess of previous years, and everything shared by Dr. Fullenwider was in the Friday update, including the background regarding Clinica Sierra Vista that I was trying to keep from embarrassing the company, but now is out there in the public.
But there also has been significant turnover at United Way in leadership and staff.
Not in staff that handles this work, and again, it's above par.
If it's one bid as a board member, it's my responsibility to ask these questions.
You were provided the update on Friday information, so your answer was there.
So if this were to be a no tonight, what is the timeline for doing another RFP? What would be the impact of a no vote? I'm curious.
The RFP is already drafted and written. I don't foresee us changing what we're asking for the service. It is advertising it again. It's a minimum of 2 weeks to advertise. Once it closes, it takes staff's time to put together a committee to review the RFPs. If there would need to be any interviews, that can be scheduled. But I would say it could not make it to the June 10th. It would have to make it. We'd have to be able to make something by the June 29th board, did I misspeak that date? 24th, pardon me, meeting, because we don't have a meeting in July and school starts in August, and this is a required subject.
I'm not concerned.
I just want to clarify something that CCV said. You said if it's a no, and I want to remind everybody the motion is to not approve. So if you vote yes, it is a no.
Right. Okay. I just meant if the RFP doesn't go through tonight. Thank you for clarifying that.
I'm not concerned about the legitimacy at all, and I did read the Friday update. It's just that, again, when there's one bid approving something for 5 years, that's what concerns me.
So my concern is totally different. I'm going to be honest and own it. The current president of United Way, this organization, put out a letter supporting the current better budget, which would not be good if it passed for this district or our community. It would cut programs like SNAP, like our migrant program, and it's something that I'm working every day in my daily life to try and resist and fight against that. And I feel like if the leadership of United Way is not on the same page with that, then maybe they don't understand our student population in the way I thought they did. And that is me, that's my personal vote, that's my personal approach to this. There are consequences to the agencies we work with not supporting our full community. For me personally, in the way that I vote.
The history of school board trustees is to not politicize the work we do for kids. This is a long-standing contract to provide legally required education to students that we simply cannot staff on our own, so we've contracted. And it's your decision. This is a great summary of why I've submitted a resignation tonight to the district. I am just going to sit back and allow you to make your decision.
I want to add that as board members, it's, you know, I've heard the term micromanaging on the diocese, outside of the diocese. And to me, this is micromanaging. Going out of your way to find out if how many employees are there, and then there's been comments that have been made. There's been comments that have been made. For example, when you claim the board fired DWK, that makes the district look bad because the board never fired them. That's one thing. All this other stuff was on the Friday update. We get that, everybody gets that email. If there's questions on the agenda, each and every single one of us has had a one-on-one with the superintendent. We have had more than enough time.
Point of order. What's the relevancy to this discussion, to the motion that is on, that we're discussing?
Shut up.
We need to.
Stop.
And you know, it's a fair point. Exactly what I just said and publicly owned for my personal opinion is what I shared with the superintendent in our one-on-one. I am who I am. Sometimes I'm wrong. I apologize to you for saying things or interpreting things differently than you might. But we are the last opportunity to double check things on behalf of our community. That's our job. That's the job that we're charged with.
So.
Right, but the RFP process has been discussed.
The RFP process is actually probably shouldn't be discussed right now. Mike, you have one comment and then we've got to move on.
First of all, I take offense to a board member sitting here telling me to shut up.
You've been trying to interrupt me since I was speaking.
I was trying to make a motion that I wanted to speak. Okay? It's very unprofessional of you to tell a board member to shut up.
Well, I don't take it back.
Well, that's fine.
This is
but I just want to make it very
something that we should be
clear.
discussing, so I think I'm going to move on to the vote for this item. If we vote yes, then we will deny this this item. It will not happen. If you vote no, then it will move forward. I'll do a roll call vote considering the controversy. We'll start with you, Mike.
Please explain that again.
So if you vote yes, we are denying this item.
No.
Okay, so your vote is no. Thank you. CCP?
Yes.
Brooke?
Yes.
Laura?
No.
And I'm a no. Moving on to item number 13. No, we have to.
13. Now you can talk about 13. If you voted no, you can move on to 13. If you had denied 12, you would need to not do 13 because it would not be approved without the RFP.
Right. Okay.
But
So
you would need a second. We need a second vote to approve item 12
because right now it has been.
It has been not rejected.
Yeah.
We need a
So
second vote on it. He's right.
someone will need a motion to approve item number 12. I'll motion to approve item number 12. Do I have a second?
This is Laura, second.
Thank you. We'll do another roll call vote because we've already discussed it. Mike?
No.
This is to approve this, so the
Yes,
contract would.
I
happen.
was, that other was a total different motion. This isn't.
No. Okay. CCB?
No.
Brooke?
No.
Laura?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
So I will need direction from the board on how you wish we proceed forward with a legally required curriculum to provide to our students for the 25-26 school year. Because with a no vote, we have no path forward unless the board determines a path forward.
I misunderstood. I thought Sherry said we would just send out the RFP again. And if
And
it comes
if-
out the same, then it comes back to the board. Then we did it twice and.
So if we advertise the RFP again and there are no additional respondents, it will come back with the results of this RFP with the recommended contract with United Way again.
Okay.
So that will likely come back, and that means we cannot discuss item number 13, right? Which means we will move on to a discussion of item number 16. Agreement between BCSD and ZTAG Active Learning Platform and sole source justification. Fiscal impact is $397,000 and change.
So this is Chris. I move to approve this item, but I'd like to have discussion, so I'm going to move to approve it.
Second. Thank you. If we can discuss this item now.
So I just, it says in the description that there's nothing equivalent to it and like nothing like it exists, because I was trying to figure out what it is. I mean, I get that we're giving the kids like a device, it's like a watch, but I just was wondering if you could, like, have you seen it? Has anyone else? No, that's what, like, I was hoping you would talk about it.
Yeah, so what the kit is every school would receive a kit. It looks like a trunk or a suitcase, and inside of it has 25 little watches that the kids would wear, and they play a variety of games with it. So one of the popular ones that we've tried with kids and with staff is zombies versus humans. So they wear these little watches. The adult sets the timer, it beeps, they look at their watch and it tells them whether they're a zombie or a human. There's one doctor, and their job is to, if you're a zombie, to try to infect a human. And so it gets them moving, it records the data, it records steps, it records interactions with other students. So the closer I get to a peer, it's gonna infect them. And then he's gotta go get to a doctor to try to become a human again. So it's just, they have games like that that get kids moving and excited and active in the after-school program.
So it's like an LCD screen, or?
It kind of reminds me of a Tamagotchi. Remember those little, like that, but you wear it on your wrist. Yeah. So that's just one of the games, yeah.
Like, I'm trying to imagine this. And so, like, it's literally a sensor, like, you don't have to talk with the other kid, you're just close enough and they're
I just get about this close and
that's cool.
Turns them into a zombie.
Yeah. And it said there were like word games and like language games in it too, so I was just trying to figure out how that worked, or if it like makes noise during class, or.
Oh no, so it's usually something done outside. We've tried it inside, it gets really too noisy because it's so much fun. But we do it outside. There's a variety of games you can select on it as the instructor doing it. So there's language games, just lots of different things. Yeah.
And like, do the kids get to take the watch home at the end of the day, or they put it back in the suitcase?
Yeah, they put it back in the suitcase, and they just move it around the program to different classes. So it's kind of like an incentive. They can just rotate each day through each grade level.
I was initially a little hesitant when I heard about bracelets for almost $400,000, but I did look it up, and it does look really cool. And I showed my son, and he was interested too, like with a zombie tag. My only concern for it was just that I understood we could only do it this year, so there was no funding for it next year.
So once you
we'd have to make funding for it.
Oh yeah, once you purchase it, you don't have to purchase it again unless there's some, like a watch breaks, you can buy a replacement watch, but it's not something you have to constantly repurchase.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood, like there was an ongoing contract we had to purchase that we wouldn't be able to after the next academic year.
It's the sole source portion of the agreement.
Oh, okay, so that's just stating that there's nothing else that exists like it that we were able to find.
It actually does look really cool.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on this one?
I want to go play Tamagotchi Zombie. I think that's a
Bring it to you,
outing.
you can try it.
Sensing this will be an easy one. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to item number 7, 2024-2025 amended contract between BCSD and the Boys and Girls Club of Kern County.
This is Chris. I move to approve.
Thank you. Second, so that we can discuss.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Discussion, please.
Okay, so I have sticker shock with how much money we gave Boys and Girls Club last time. And so I was wondering if you could talk me through it a little bit, because I know sometimes we have like a lot of interest in summer school or after school programs, and then not everybody shows up on the first day or the second day. So I'm like, if you could explain this safety net, like why we're doing it, that would help a lot.
So when we originally went out to RFP last spring, we weren't sure what the interest was gonna be like for this summer's extended day portion. So so this portion, or this cost just is for the extended day portion of summer camp. And so we weren't sure what the interest was gonna look like, so we did a minimal staffing on that RFP because we didn't know. Now that we've been registering kids since March, we have more students registered for the full day program rather than just the half day. And so with a 20-to-1 ratio, we're seeing the need for additional staff.
Can you explain that in terms a little bit? Because I don't think everyone understands. Like our teachers teach traditional classes. They're not traditional classes. They're like academies from like 8 a.m. until noon. And then normally they take the bus home, but this year we're offering an opportunity for them to stay like noon to 4 or something.
Correct. So during our session 1, we have our elementary schools that have the option of keeping students. So students can attend from 8:15 to 12:15 with a regular day teacher.
Right.
If they would like to stay the extended day, they can register for that full day option, which would be 12:15 to 5:15. So that extended day option is, the services are provided by the Boys and Girls Club. So that's for session 1 and for session 2.
So this is part of the ELOP that we have to provide the 30 additional days at 9 hours each day. And so our teachers do the 4 hours, but then we have to do when she says extended day, that's what that is.
And do they still get supper for the summer one? And they still get the bus rides home?
They do.
Even when they do till 5 o'clock?
We have to provide.
That is super cool. And is it like the during the school year one where like if they miss so many days, they can't be in the program anymore? Or is it different because it's summer?
As long as they are enrolled in the regular day program and they've registered for the full day, as long as they're in the regular day, they can continue attending the full
Extended
day.
But I mean, like, if they get picked up at 12, like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they're like Thursday, oh, can I stay for extended day? Can they do drop in like that, or they have to be consistent every
No,
day?
they can't.
Because summer's different.
You're right.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's really to meet the needs of the families.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Our families
Awesome.
appreciate that.
Yeah. Especially having an air-conditioned place for their kids to be when it's this
True.
freaking hot out.
True.
It'll be great.
More discussion on this one? Seeing none, hoping this one will be easy. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving on to the closing items. It is recommended that the meeting be adjourned.
This is Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
This is Chris, second.
Thank you, Chris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.